Hello everybody, welcome in once again to one of our biggest races on the season here at Daytona. This will be double points, the second race of the Triple Crown. 500 miles, 150 laps here on the board. This can certainly flip the entire season on its head. Currently, Greg Moore, your points leader, has built this championship lead on consistency, but did get the first win on the season the first Triple Crown win on the season at Indianapolis. So the first double points race. Excuse me.
The track temperature is decreasing. It's now 101 Fahrenheit.
For qualifying, here is Greg Moore. We'll follow along with him on his outlap and see how the first lap goes. Anybody happens to go quicker, we'll follow them accordingly. Second in points is Colton Herta. Third, Alexander Rossi, last year's champion. About to take green flag. They get 4 laps here in qualifying. Probably see the first lap as the quickest. Right now, 5 p.m. local time for this session. Weather not going to be a factor here today. Just very warm temperatures, so tire degradation could be interesting to keep an eye on. Not quite sure how that'll play out. We've been here twice before in series history, but it's been a little while, and a lot of updates have happened with the car since then. And actually, speaking of that, Daytona was site of the first ever race in series history here on the road course. Scott Dixon was the winner. You see Greg Moore on the harder compound tire, so not going to be a first place lap, but could be leading that second group. It'll be interesting where he slots in there.
The leader has just done a 130.88. The leader has just done a 130.65.
So we will move over to, looks like AJ Foyt will be quickest. And Greg Moore is going to lead the charge on the hard tires in front of 2 other cars on soft tires, and then Pato O'Ward. So currently 15th for Moore, but let's find AJ Foyt. You see Colton Herta second. That's huge for the championship. Yeah. Colton Herta, Sebastian Bourdais. This guy is looking to overtake Greg Moore in these last will be 10 races, including this one. And after this, 9 races to go, including the final race being worth double points. That'll be at Texas. Now, does AJ go quicker? I don't think he will. May even pit, does not. Some cars may have come down. So yeah, over a second slower. Greg Moore actually improved on his lap. but stays 15th. This could be interesting if he goes quicker on this lap. Rossi also on the harder compound. Unser Jr. They're running 21st and 20th. So more than half the field right now opting for the hard compound. They'll have to start on those tires. Down the back stretch, does Greg Moore complete this lap? It could be quicker. Nope, coming down pit lane. And it looks like pretty much everybody. Let's see here. Tony Kanaan, he's back out on track on soft tires. So he'll get one more shot at this. See how it goes. Jimmy Vasser, James Hinchcliffe also decided for the same strategy. Tony Kanaan. Could be a big day for him. He's already 8th. Moving up into the top 5 is doable here, and the track is definitely cooled down. Vasser's 9th.
The track temperature is falling. It's now 97 Fahrenheit.
Hear the background there informing of the temperature dropping. Track temperature track temperature at 84 degrees. Through the bus stop. Oh, almost goes off. He got pretty close to being off track there. See if they even count the lap. Across the line, here's Kanaan looking for better than a 131.1. 131.2. Vasser, though, does improve and gets better than Kanaan, so your pole sitter will be AJ Foyt, and starting alongside will be Colton Herta. But yeah, you see already done with his run. Rick Muir, Sebastian Bourdais. Go ahead and advance here to the next section. And you can see on the starting lineup here where your favorite driver is. We will do a run through the field on track as well, but AJ Foyt, Colton Herta, that's your front row. Rick Muir, Sebastian Bourdais, row 2. Hinchcliffe and Scott Dixon on row 3. Will Power and Jimmy Vasser, row 4. And then Tony Kanaan and Mario Andretti round out the top 10. Sam Hornish Jr., Alex Zanardi, Emerson Fittipaldi, and Juan Pablo Montoya on row 7. Greg Moore, your points leader, alongside Ryan Hunter-Ray. And then we have Danny Sullivan Gonna be the last car, I believe, on the soft tires, alongside Pato O'Ward on hard tires. And rounding out the top 20 will be Bobby Rahal and Unser Jr. And we'll go through the rest of the field here. Good old-fashioned drone cam brought to you by Pandora's Arcade. Thank you again, everyone, for tuning in. Be sure to subscribe. Go through the field here. Coming up on 6 p.m. local time. Weather not a concern. And there you see the hard tires. First one, Greg Moore. And Danny Sullivan on the options. Looks like maybe Tony Stewart here. He's a little further back than he'd like to be. Alongside Alexander Rossi, who's very much in the championship conversation. Nigel Mansell with Robert Wickens to his right. Dario Franchitti pretty far back. Same could be said for Scott McLaughlin. These guys have championship aspirations. Gilles de Ferran starting on the second to last road or no, is that Castro Neves? Sorry. Yeah, Castro Neves all the way back here. Then you got the last row with Dan Weldon and Robbie Gordon. And it looks like Dan Weldon is on the soft tires. Alright, we'll go ahead and get
We need
this.
to change to a new tyre content during the
150
race, or else
laps.
we'll be
B41. Your tyres are cold, watch out.
You'll have to stop for more fuel before line up on the left side.
Race will just about be underway here.
Okay, rolling
Half
start.
the lap, not even that, before we go green. And Colton Herta doesn't necessarily have to win, but in a great starting
Race car
spot.
speed is
But
45
if
miles
he can
per
beat
hour.
Greg Moore, who's back in 15th on another strategy, just pick up points in a double points race, he could be right there, almost tied, leaving here at Daytona. And on any drivers outside the top 3 in points, Greg Moore, Colton Herta, and Alexander Rossi know this is a huge opportunity to make up ground. So, not quite desperation mode, but definitely a pivotal race in the championship. I believe the most pivotal race of all. It cements who will be in the discussion as we head into the final stretch of races. Pace car will be pulling in as AJ Foyt
Okay,
brings
Victor,
him down.
here we go.
And green flag is out.
Glory,
500
green, green,
miles
green.
set
1 gallon
here
remaining.
in the setting sun at Daytona. Indycar Legends Racing Series underway. Battle through the first few corners. This S is so dangerous, though. We do have some damage. Looks like perhaps Dan Weldon. Yep, that could be day done for 77. Rick Mears, you see, got up to second on the start. Colton Herta dropping back a little bit. And here's where the draft comes into play. Dixon looking to the high side already.
Weldon has retired.
Weldon had to call it a race. Single file through 3 and 4. See, it looks like maybe McLaughlin was involved and has some damage. It's a little slow. Back up front for the lead. Rick Mears gonna give it a little warning shot, I'd call it. Say I'm here and I'm quick. I'm gonna be looking for my first win. Both these drivers, actually, believe it or not, series history, been around since day one. AJ Foyt and Rick Mears yet to win a race. They're sitting 1-2 right now at Daytona. When it comes to the all-time statistics we have, these two are 1 and 2 when you look at those who need to have yet to win a race, and it's clear. Colton Herta, front row seat to it all. Hopefully these guys can keep it under control and not make any mistakes into the bus stop. Keep an eye here as other cars make it through. Oh, we have a crash. That's Colton Herta.
Yellow, yellow, yellow.
James Hinchcliffe. Oh, wow. Colton Herta head on into the wall. Championship could be over for the 26 here on lap 3. Lap 2. Oh! Destroyed it. Oh my. Go on board here. We're talking about how he had a front row seat and got distracted. Oh my gosh. Let's go on board with Hinchcliffe, who also is now out of the race. Oh my goodness. Not out yet.
Herta has just retired from the race.
And I'm not sure here what's going to happen with AJ Foyt. Try to figure this out. A lot of shuffling going on at the back of the field. Timing and scoring. And looks like Montoya will now be up into the top 5. Wow, what a moment. Colton Herta done. Keeping an eye out for Greg Moore and Alexander Rossi as well. I haven't seen them yet. Greg Moore, 36th. Oh my gosh. Did he pit or does he have damage? He has not pit. Here comes Pato Award.
The leader, Hoyt, is pitting. Fastest lap for Rossi,
Will
2:59.73.
He's got damage. I think I heard AJ Foyt is on pit lane. I don't see that. He is. Oh my god.
The leader is now on primaries.
These guys should get the wave around so I don't have to wave them around. Hopefully that is what takes place. So here on pit lane, we got New Garden, Jacques Villeneuve, and Scott McLaughlin. Early mayhem here at Daytona. Could have been more cars, honestly. Colton Herta destroyed that tire barrier. And perhaps his title chances. Not sure how he's going to rebound from that. See, Rossi actually up into the top 10. That incident really shuffled the field as everyone was scrambling around the chicane and trying to avoid both Herta and Hinchcliffe. Too bad for Hinchcliffe. He was just nowhere to go and having a top 5 run. Devastated for that team. I think they may not even be around for next season and going forward. Alright, let's see what happens here as we get the one to go if the field gets the wave around. And if so, we can go ahead and restart. Otherwise, we may need to do a little housekeeping ourselves. They are not going to get the wave around.
One more lap.
So
That's a new fastest lap for McLaughlin, 2:13.86. Fastest lap for Villeneuve, 1:49.77.
can blame this on AJ Foyt for passing the pace car. This happens occasionally on some courses with the AI. and still hasn't been addressed after all this time. Just trying to make sure I'm not skipping anybody.
New fastest lap for Montoya, 149.51.
Alright, so we'll get one to go this time by, and everyone should be back around by then. So hopefully nobody bins it in the chicane here. They got the tires back up. Just hope also that AJ Foyt doesn't actually get penalized. And we'll reset the field here for you. Get at least the top 10, top 20 taken care of, because a lot has changed in a very short amount of time.
That's a new fastest lap for Canaan, 142.03.
Some blistering lap times being set down here.
New fastest lap for Ray, 134.59.
After today, the standings will look very different. A lot of time left, obviously. A lot can happen. But this is a shocking start to this race.
The car ahead has just done a 134.88. Fastest lap for Ray, 134.18.
Going into today, only 36 points separated Colton Herta and Greg Moore. And it's about 70, I believe, back to Alexander Rossi. We have that in the description if you'd like to check it out. Top 10 and point standings are listed there. Rossi actually 113 back. Oof. Well, look at that. Hinchcliffe back on track. Had nose damage and was able to get it repaired. We know Colton Herta, though, is retired, so officially out of the race. The other thing here is AJ Foyt basically got a free pit stop and is still in the lead. That's crazy. Just double check one more time. About to go back green. 3 and 4 on the oval. here, AJ Foyt's car. Very strange revving down low near the apron, too. See what happens here on the restart. Oh my. Uh-oh.
Green, green, green.
What just happened? Like, they're gonna call the top 6 for jumping the start. Oh my gosh. Trying to get it waived. We'll see what happens when they come around. Usually it gets served regardless of trying to remove the penalty. Oh. Not a great start to this race for really anyone. Technically, this will put, I think, Bourdais as the leader. Huge mess of cars at the back. Alright, so they were able to stay
Fastest lap for Voigt, 132.01.
Good.
Gordon, ahead is pitting.
Fortunate that did not
Gordon is now on alternates.
shake up everything. Back to racing here, lap 9. Everything's starting to kind of shape up, I think. Top 5 is AJ Foyt, Rick Mears, Scott Dixon, Juan Montoya, and Alex Zanardi. And we have a bit of a gap back to Sebastian Bourdais, Tony Kanaan, Jimmy Vasser, Danny Sullivan, and Tony Stewart. And we have a bit of a fight for the lead here between Mears and Foyt, picking up right where they left off before the caution came out. And Dixon says, I'd like to take a shot here too. He's the winner of the first ever race here in ILRS history. Over the lead. Rick Mears, he's there.
Fastest lap for Montoya,
Pushed it past, so
130.57.
they're using hybrid. AJ Foyt on the
New fastest lap for Franchitti,
compound, dropping back.
130.48.
Foyt and Kanaan, and another 4 cars. That's Rossi, and here's another group of cars. Paul Tracy leading that. Trying to find where Greg Moore is. It's Villeneuve. There he is. 35th. He's the last car.
Gordon in front is pitting.
Really on track. And I'm getting updates about Robbie Gordon because I'm technically in this race. So. Into the chicane. Nice and smooth there. Let's go on board with AJ Foyt. As those tires now seem to be coming up to speed. Do a lap around here in third place, soon to be potentially first. Close call there. Scoring seems to be a little on the fritz right now, so don't mind the left or the top left, the top right screen. I think the banner at the top, though, is for the most part correct. Ooh, slide in there. It's like info part of the track is transponders seem to get lost. What's happening?
The leader, Hoyt, is pitting.
Making sure we don't have any penalties. Rick Mears leads over Scott Dixon right now by 1.5 seconds. Few cars have made stops, scheduled stops, and we did have some black flags handed out, it seems. iRacing just being a little strange here today. Have to keep on this clearing and penalties, it seems. Staying on track. Just the battle for second now. Keeping up. Montoya looking for a way by. Got Zanardi and Bourdais behind them. See Hornish in the Pennzoil trying to get by a pseudo teammate of sorts with Rick Mears. Not teammates in terms of point standings, but brand, I think, goes a long way itself. Through the chicane again. Great. Zoomed in shot there. The yellow submarine going through Daytona's high banks. Bourdais keeping the pressure on. He's the first car lap down, so would get the wave around if a caution came out. I believe we will be looking at some other wave arounds, potentially. Looks like we may have had some penalties that were not warranted. Greg Moore, actually one of them, having a terrible race. Colton Herta, Dan Weldon are out. The potential for what this can do to the championship is just insane. Scott Dixon using the draft off these two Pennzoil machines. Yeah, right to inside Hornish and now put the pressure on for the lead. To close in on those first pit stops for the leaders. A lot of cars have already pit. Trying to split strategy here, including AJ Foyt. A track like this is so big, it's hard to really keep track of what's going on if cars are pitting or not. Sorry, I wish I had a track map through iRacing. But not, because otherwise doing one through any of these apps just affects frame rate. Pulling away a bit. Rick Mears now from Scott Dixon after that pressure that Bourdais was really putting on, trying to get by, stay on the lead lap. Now I think realizes, alright, as long as I can stay the lucky dog, he's okay with that too. How much Dixon though gains from the chicane to turn one. It's like a second through there. I think we have Alexander Rossi on pit lane. So he's no longer behind 5th place. Or 4th place. Yeah, back in 10th now. Looks like he's on track. And about 10 seconds back of AJ Foyt. Great start to the race for Rick Mears. Scott Dixon must be pretty happy with his start too. So the leaders now hit pit lane. Here we go. Zanardi's staying out, so is Bourdais. But I think this is really an important stop and will be very telling where they come out with AJ Foyt. There goes AJ. Going by right now. So there's a gap for reference here. Foyt. And then it looks like we're gonna get Montoya through, which will technically be for second. Tony Stewart, he's in a good spot. Look at Alexander Rossi. There's Kanon and Vassar. So pit stops starting to shape the rest of this race. What do first and second do? I think they got a pit now. Yeah, down pit lane. Here's AJ Foyt. Still got quite a ways to go. Kind of off strategy on his own island right now. Nice comfortable gap back to Montoya. Here we go. Dixon mixing it up with Rossi. Tony Stewart, he's on the same strategy as AJ Foyt. That's really no surprise. Stewart and Foyt go hand in hand on this. Rick Mears looking for a way by Montoya as quick as possible so he can track down the soon-to-be leader. Foyt will re-inherit the lead. I believe this next lap when Villeneuve makes a stop. So look at Mears all over the rear wing right now. It's a good run off of the infield. Gonna have the high line now. Down the backstretch. 5 seconds now between himself and AJ Foyt, and there's contact behind. Oh man, Dixon and Rossi. That was oh man, almost a big wreck. Just gonna double check again here. Right. Side by side for second. Into turn one. Mears gonna hold off Montoya. And now try to make a gap through the infield so he can really get close to Foyt, who's now only 4 seconds up. Yeah, he's really gonna narrow the gap here now. There's Foyt. And then here's second place. Zanardi right out behind Tony Stewart. He should be able to get by pretty quick. Ooh. Dixon gets by that time. It was close though.
The leader, Foyt, is pitting.
Oh, AJ Foyt down pit lane. So Rick Mears back to the front. AJ.
The leader is now on alternates.
I don't believe I had many laps on those tires, but made the call. Look at Zanardi now on Rossi. 2 lap fresher tires. Bourdais back here trying to do the same thing. As mentioned, Rick Mears and AJ Foyt. They're almost desperate for a win at this point. Oh, he destroys. Zanardi's done. Destroys the car. Zanardi, we just saw it live, did exactly what Colton Herta did. Jumping around here trying to pick up the leaders again, but oh no. Not a full course caution, but debris everywhere there off of the exit of the chicane.
Rahal has just retired.
I'm sure if Bobby Rahal had damage. See Montoya now. Really focused on a way to get by Rick Mears. I think those hard compound tires come to life after lap 5. And we're there. As the soft tires start to wear out. Looks like Montoya might have a shot into the chicane. Keep an eye on this. In the trouble point all day. But you can see when Zanardi made the pass on Rossi, then just went extremely wide.
Zanardi has retired from the race.
I'm not sure if he expected Rossi to stay there. Thought he had a good shot here today, though. For the lead. Montoya on the outside. Can he make it work? Almost. Still got a wheel there. No. Rick Mears shuts the door. Montoya knows he's got a good car. Just going to be patient. It's still very, very early in this race.
The leader's just done a 130.85.
Dixon now sitting back in 3rd. Watching on. And Rossi and Bourdais having trouble getting back by Tony Stewart. Interesting. Much older tires there. And here we go into the chicane, side by side. Montoya backs out. Gonna have a good run though here into turn 1. To the outside for the McLaren. Juan Pablo Montoya leads that lap. Could be something we see at the finish. Not out of the question, a photo finish here at Daytona. And Dixon then gains about half a second. Well, these guys can't figure it out. He's on hard tires too. Probably in the best position of all these top 3. Mears, Montoya, and Dixon battle battling it out here at Daytona. Still in the very early stages of this race, but tons of drama. Bobby Rahal out of the race now. I believe had an incident that we haven't caught. Zanardi, Colton Herta. Huge championship
Gordon
implications.
ahead is pitting.
Oh, look at this. Oof. Greg Moore is a lap down in 37 as the points leader. So if you're just tuning in, it's been hectic, and hey, skipping through some of the good parts there at the beginning because there's a lot to catch up on. Dixon, he's lining up brick mirrors now. It seems those option tires are wearing out. Oh man, Mears in a bit of trouble through 1 and now 2. He's offline. Dixon's gonna get by. Let's go on board with Scott Dixon. Pressure tires in the car in front right now. See how much he's able to close up down this straightaway. U10s into the corner. Nicely done by Dixon. That's a second on Rick Mears already. What a lap. I don't know, we're looking at one of the faster laps of the race, but still very old tires. You need to do that on the first or second lap of your run, really. Double the fastest lap of anything currently. He is just flying out there. Here's battle. Looks like Greg Moore is out of the pits. And being listed now as 2 laps down, going side by side with Bourdais. The frustration wearing thin. Ooh, man. These are drivers battling for the championship, despite the fact that Greg Moore is in the hole he is. Two just to be sure. Here comes Greg Moore trying to make a move on Rossi to make sure it gets done cleanly. Not yet. But Mears has completely lost these top 2. Unser Jr. on pit lane. So we are 25 laps into this race out of 150 scheduled. Don't see any rain on the horizon. Crowd is packed in for this one. Sort of an endurance race for this series. 500 miles on a road course anywhere. It's gonna take a while. Even with these high speeds at Daytona. We're looking at at about a 4-hour race. And these are your leaders at the moment. Juan Montoya and Scott Dixon. AJ Foyt, who's been battling with the leaders, particularly Rick Mears. He's in now 9th place after making his stop. Had a moment under caution where he was able to basically get away with a free stop. See if we can find some other action on track. There we go. Tony Kanaan, Sebastian Bourdais, Rossi. Mixing it up with some lap traffic. Find it any further back. Oh, a lot of pit stops here. That's Mario. A lot of stops taking place. To the leaders. See if they keep it on track. 16 laps, oh, 17 actually, out of Bourdais. So still got a few more. Bourdais got Emerson Fittipaldi to his outside. Let him go. Tony Kanaan in the top 5 right now. Talk about him in qualifying. He was able to really put down a good lap. Tried to put in a last second lap, but first run wound up being his best. Jimmy Vasser was able to out-duel him in that session, but Vasser finds himself about... Oh, he actually maybe just made another stop, but he's in 11th. Yeah, looks like he's made his next stop already. Close eye on Alexander Rossi as he's working to stay ahead of Greg Moore and now track down Robbie Gordon. Back up front, your lead 2. Really pulling out a decent gap here. Nearly 5 seconds now on Rick Mears and over 11 seconds on Alexander Rossi. Pretty quiet on this side of the track right now. It seems a lot of cars made their stops and couldn't even find them. There's Vasser, Franchitti. Vasser trying to hold it down for the 90s Ganassi, 90s, 2000s. team as Zanardi, heavy contact took him out of the race. He was running top 3 at the time. There's Tony Stewart. Bit fresher tires. Making up some ground. AJ Foyt, he's running 8. Hello, Castroneves having a pretty good run considering he started on the second to last row. Oh wow. This is tense. A lot of traffic for Bourdais as it's like Rossi and Kanan are clear. But Bourdais, he's stuck. Lap 30 here. This being the 20% mark of the race. Sun continues to set into this incredible venue. Oh, Dixon pit lane. Yep. There goes Rick Mears. 3rd and 4th. Bourdais getting the best fuel mileage right now. Here's AJ Foyt, who should take over the lead as he comes through the triangle, but Montoya right on his heels. And here, one exiting pit lane right now in front. This is Dixon exiting right there with the lead. Side by side through the horseshoe. Montoya has the spot and clears Dixon through the kink. This is for the lead as Castroneves and Bourdais are pitting in the next 2 to 3 laps. Nice exit there for Montoya. Rick Mears about 6 seconds off these two. Then you got Tony Stewart and Alexander Rossi. Followed very closely by 2 other cars that need to pit, Franchitti and Villeneuve. Franchitti, quickest lap of the race. Ooh, that was close. 1:30.476. Here we go, for the lead. At the line, that's going to be Montoya. Showing Bourdais still hasn't pit, so not for the lead yet. There goes Dixon, he's by. And it will just leave Foyt in the dust at this point. So now here's Sebastian Bourdais. He's gone through quite a bit of the traffic. Still has Fittipaldi up ahead. Fittipaldi putting up some comparable lap times. Here, all the way back 14 seconds. You got Montoya and Dixon going side by side again. Dixon backs out. Here's Rick Mears closing up a little bit. Alexander Rossi and Tony Stewart. Franchitti, Tony Kanaan, and then you have, I would say, Elio Castroneves will eventually take over 10th. Gilles DeFerrin and Michael Andretti, they're nose to tail with Vassar, Sato, and Pelot just behind. Even Paul Tracy here. Go another 5 seconds back. There's Al Jr. Pato Ward, Mario Andretti. That's your top 20. Greg Ray, Danny Sullivan, Kenny Brack, Buddy Lazier. Big battle here with Robert Wickens, Will Powers, Scott McLaughlin, Hunter Ray. Bourdais did come down pit lane. He's out in 10th. Bit of an early stop it seems there that time. Oh my gosh, almost contact for the lead between Dixon and Montoya. Ooh, that was too close. AJ Foyt closes up quite a bit. He's going to be pitting soon, but that gap closing is really important for him. Pit lane.
The leader, Hoyt, is pitting.
So far, as mentioned, Colton Herta, Alex Zanardi, Dan Weld, and Bobby Rahal out of this race. This battle for the lead continues with Scott Dixon and Montoya. Picked up right where they left off. Hitting the 1 hour mark in this one. Montoya. Side by side into one. Almost touching wheels on a few occasions there. Outside line is not there today. And Montoya regroups through the infield.
The track temperature is decreasing. It's now 88 Fahrenheit.
Drivers really starting to diamond apex that second horseshoe. Lot of rubber buildup. Yeah, perhaps messing with the car's entry and grip through the corner. Good lap traffic ahead. That's going to be Joseph Newgarden, not too far in front. Only about a second lap slower.
Hello is now retired.
Rossi and Tony Stewart side by side. We just missed her. Below actually now out of the race. Not sure what happened. Oh, look at that. A couple cars look like they really had an excursion there. Could be what happened with Pelot and Al Jr. Here goes Montoya again. Trying to get the lead back. 2 seconds now to Newgarden. Yeah, Pelot out of the race. Whoa. What a day. There he goes, the outside again. Ooh, Dixon says, not today. Not this time. I thought Montoya might swing it back to the inside, but thought better of it. Now at the quarter point of this race. Newgarden in trouble of going a second lap down, having a really rough go. And a lot of debris there. Drivers having to navigate. Montoya staying right there with Dixon. He's top 2. Just lap to lap. Hooked to each other. You got Rick Mears 7 seconds back. Another 6 seconds of Tony Stewart. Followed by Alexander Rossi, and that's your top 5. Tony Kanaan, Bourdais, Castroneves, Paul Tracy, and Takuma Sato is the top 10. AJ Foyt currently 12th after his stop. Lap traffic now for the lead 2. Robbie Gordon, and of course Joseph Newgarden just ahead. Newgarden now at the point where he's gonna let the leaders by as he is more than 1 lap down. Will get a lap back. Should we have any caution? He was wrongly given a black flag. Now trying to get by Robbie Gordon. Does not have to offer the same sort of real estate, but Gordon's gonna pit.
Gordon ahead is pitting.
Looks like Newgarden pit also. And now next ahead would be 26th place Buddy Lazier. Both first and second are on the hard compound tires. They started on the softs, both went to the hards, and now on the third stint of this race. See what they do when they come in next time. It'll be about 5 laps from now. There's a good battle. 14, Robert Wickens, Jacques Villeneuve. You got Jimmy Vasser there. Will Power's actually down a lap. James Hinchcliffe in recovery mode after running into Colton Herta. He made his huge off. And back to the lead too. It's Montoya and Dixon still going at it. Montoya not putting too much pressure on the leader at this time. I think he realizes where we are at this point in the race and just biding his time, maybe saving some fuel. He knows Dixon has a lap on him on that last run. Staying close enough to get the draft, but far enough back that he's not gonna compromise his tires, especially those front tires. Get really worn out if you follow a little too close for too long. Great race so far. These top two give it everything they got. Rick Mears has had an incredible run. AJ Foyt, we've documented his strategy. Able to rope a few others in with him momentarily, but now going back to that traditional strategy, even though he's offset by about 5-6 laps. 40 laps complete. 90 to go at Daytona. Robert Wickens out of the pits behind these guys. Currently the first car a lap down. Dixon extra smooth through there. Remember, he won this race in the inaugural running of the series. It's the first race in series history right here at Daytona, and Scott Dixon got the victory. Buddy Lazier now just ahead. He's in 23rd. See where Lazier is on his pit stop. He pit not too long ago. Oh, completely sideways there. Gap is closing extremely quickly on Buddy Lazier. I'm not mistaken, I think he did get awarded pole position at one of the races this season. Still looking for that big finish though, that solidify his state here in IndyCar Legends Racing Series. Field will be trimmed a bit next year. Try to get around 36 cars, but don't believe we'll be adding anyone. Schmidt, Aero McLaren, the Hinchcliffe and Robert Wickens team will be likely dissolving. Sullivan, you see, coming out of pit lane just ahead. And we are getting reports of more debris over in
Yellow, yellow, yellow.
the horseshoe, so a caution is out on lap 43. Scott Dixon leads. Pace car will be out. And this is gonna be interesting as to who all decides to pit. And pretty sure the top 7 at least, maybe even AJ Foyt back in 8th, they'll stop. Tony Stewart though, only 3 laps ago was on pit lane. He could, in theory, stay out, take over the lead. So, Robert Wickens gonna be the lucky dog. Get him to wave around. Alright, clean up there, and we'll see how pit stops go and who decides to come down. Alex Palou out of the race, Al Jr. down a few laps. I believe there was an incident there between those two, which we'll review after the race. We'll run through any incidents and contact that occurred. Could be a lengthy one, so that'll be fun to stay tuned for. Again, double points are on the line here today. So, very interesting what can all take place before this is said and done, and how this will affect our championship. Greg Moore in 33rd. He's your points leader. And so the top 5 come down, and that's it. Wow. I'm a bit surprised. We get to the oval, hit that pace laps, 1 to go. So we'll get green this time by. You see local time 7:22. Sun continues to set over the grandstands there. Through turns 1 and 2 on the oval. A lot of cars stayed out, so Dixon and Montoya, who have really been in control of this first third of the race, all of a sudden find themselves buried in the field. Got the lights out on the pace car. Helio Castroneves leads the field with Sebastian Bourdais and AJ Foyt, your top 3. Tony Stewart, Dario Franchitti, Michael Andretti, Jimmy Vasser, Jacques Villeneuve, Paul Tracy, and Gilles de Ferran. That's the top 10. Big shake up there after that caution came out. See, Castroneves started 37th out of 40 cars here. Inside the second to last row, now leading here at Daytona. Who is going to capitalize? You got Greg Moore a lap down right now. Take a look how many cars we still have on the lead lap. So yeah, Scott Dixon 21st, Montoya 22nd, Rick Mears, Alexander Rossi, Tony Kanaan, wow. Then Emerson Fittipaldi, the first car a lap down, 28th. We've got at least 6 cars all battling for that lucky dog. Green flag is back out. Field rips through those quick back and forth S's. Camera a little out of focus there, but it's back just in time. Nice shot of Helio hitting the horseshoe. AJ Foyt gonna have a good run here down the backstretch. Tony Stewart in a really good position to put a pretty decent gap between himself and the likes of maybe Paul Tracy. Oh, side by side. Makes it work. Hasn't worked a lot today, so that was a little nerve-wracking for sure. Everybody else seems to be good. There's some contact at the very back with, I think that's Al Jr. and James Hinchcliffe. Just drivers getting frustrated back here now. Really close battle for second. Oh my God. Stacked all on top of each other, and AJ Foyt's going to pull away as third place is still yet to be decided. Tony Stewart. Sebastian Bourdais having a bit of trouble on this restart as Michael Andretti looks to his inside. Oh, so close. Bourdais keeps it on the track and now slots in front of Franchitti and Jimmy Vasser. Chip Ganassi teammates, both in the top 10, and then right behind them, we got two players' teammates, neither of which are Greg Moore. Shocking. All the while, Castroneves has pulled up a 1 second advantage while Foyt tries to hold off Tony Stewart into the chicane. Tony Stewart got very fresh tires compared to anyone else in the top 5. And once these guys pit, the gap back to Paul Tracy and Gilles Defere will be over 2 seconds. There goes the first Castroneves. He's down. Oh my gosh. And he has got the trial. Scary moment there. Side by side for the lead. Tony Stewart, he's through. Tony Stewart now gonna put a bit of a gap on himself between himself and AJ Foyt as Michael Andretti looks for a potential way by before they hit pit stops. Paul Tracy gonna be Tony Stewart's closest competitor, 3.5 seconds back, and that gap will just continue to grow. See Michael Andretti sizing up Foyt. He's got the pace. There's the high side. Foyt's pitting. So is Vasser.
The leader,
Bourdais.
Foyt, is pitting.
Teammates shuffling back and forth as Villeneuve and Paul Tracy. Michael Andretti now trying to stay with Tony Stewart. Takuma Sato now up to 6th, having a good run. He's on the same strategy as your leader. Technically, we'll put him in 3rd place. Seeing Greg Moore actually out. Oh my goodness, Greg Moore out of the race. I'll have to check. He's done. Michael Andretti to the outside of Tony Stewart. Cannot make it work. This is your points leader, so we are going to have to step away from this battle real quick. Michael Andretti will have to stop. So here it is.
Moore has retired.
Side by side. Oh my gosh. Whoa. My God. Yeah, that'll do it. Oh my gosh. What a wreck. We would have seen that immediate caution flag. And that is why Hunter Ray is then on pit lane. Here's Castroneves, AJ Foyt. These guys have just pit. Dario Franchitti, Sebastian Bourdais. There's Villeneuve trying to hold off Pato Award. So we got some stories developing here. As we are right at the 1/3 point, completing lap 50 of 150 at Daytona. Hope you all have enjoyed the race so far. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Do have 2 other series here on the channel, including the Stock Car Championship Series, which will be at Road America next. And then the Endurance Racing Championship Series, multi-class, Nissan GTP, and the Super Late Model. I'll have another one of those races here soon with 100 laps to go.
Fastest lap for Bourdais, 1:30.39.
Focus remains on. Oh wow, look at Montoya. It's right here. Car's looking great through that shot. Wow. Alexander Rossi's here. So these guys have a bit fresher tires. Scott Dixon's pulled away. Strategy, I think, number 3 on the race. There goes Montoya. Can't get there. Now gonna look inside. Try to outbrake Lazier. Nope. These Indycars have so much grip. Down pit lane for Lazier. Sure. Oh, Robert Wickens is still. He's allowed to be there. He's running for position. Will Power here, running 28th, first car lap down, trying to get the lucky dog. His teammate Joseph Newgarden was able to get his lap back. He's been able to make the most of it so far. Here's Michael Andretti and Dario Franchitti. So driving here with AJ Foyt. Wow. Franchitti, Foyt. They've gotten by Castroneves with a bit older tires. Oh, Michael Andretti sizing up AJ Foyt off the back stretch here. He's gonna be alongside. Will he be able to make the pass now? Will Foyt give him any room? He does. Backs out. Oh, that was close. Get nervous every time. Sure we don't have any penalties. Andretti pulling away now. Looks like he's in a really good spot at this point in the race. So we can track down Scott Dixon again. There's Alexander Rossi behind Rick Mears, Montoya, and then Scott Dixon. Greg Ray, Danny Sullivan. They're both on a pretty good strategy and not going to have to pit anytime immediately. Might be able to do an undercut though at this point. Yeah, that's what they're looking at. Good call. Montoya going to stay out with Dixon. 4.5 seconds back right now. Both ran a 133.3.
Gordon in front is pitting.
That now leaves Tony Stewart out front by 13 seconds over Takuma Sato and Danny Sullivan. And then you find Scott Dixon in fourth. Kanan, Mears, and Rossi here all battling for 6th place. And you see Michael Andretti down there in the background. It's a good battle for position here in the top 10. Mears almost sent it to the outside of Kanan. Captain Willpower, Emerson Fittipaldi battling very hard for the lucky dog. There goes Rick Mears to the outside of Kanan. Looks like he'll get by. Almost contact. Rossi and Kanan almost hit through the tri-oval. Boy, Willpower put down a great lap there. He's really closed up on these three. I think Rick Mears really backed out. Kanan now looking to repay the favor, perhaps? Nope. Not close enough. And from what I can tell, Tony Stewart's still on track. No, he is definitely on pit lane. Scott Dixon now to the lead. Look at that. Almost 3 wide through the trial. Will power. Really making it interesting here. He's a lap down. But very quick. And coming through. So here's Montoya. He's lost about 3 seconds to Scott Dixon since the pit stops. So again, going over who is out of this race: Colton Herta, Alex Zanardi, Alex Pillow, Greg Moore, Dan Weldon, and Bobby Rahal. Some huge names in that list, 2 of which are first and second in the championship here at a double points race. Shocking. What this is going to do to the championship is yet to be seen, but third in the title hunt, Alexander Rossi is currently running 5th. And I'm just going to put on a quick mute here as dogs are barking. Bear with me. Alright, we're back, and appreciate everybody for hanging tight. Well, I had to go on mute very quickly. Looks like something happened to Pato O'Ward. We'll have to wait and see on that. Not seen any issue, maybe a speeding penalty, but not want penalties here because they stack up and ruin the race. It's like the drivers don't know how to answer them. But we are right at another pit stop for the top three, all at 14 laps on their current stint. And this is about the limit for all three of them. That will hand the lead back to Tony Stewart. He's got a good lead right now over a few other cars on different strategies from here, but Dixon, Montoya, Kanaan, and Ari Leyendyk of the top 10 will be pitting momentarily. Oh, shine off those wheels. The golden hour here at Daytona. And down pit lane, indeed he is. That's gonna be 2 for 2. Let's follow Kanaan, make it 3 for 3 and hit. That's correct. See Leyendyk peel off, so now your top three will switch up to the likes of Tony Stewart, Dario Franchitti, and Michael Andretti. Got AJ Foyt right behind, and then a bit of a gap back to Paul Tracy. That's your top five. Bit of an exciting moment there out of pit lane, perhaps. So let's get back to these guys. Yeah, really tight there. Takuma Sato, Gilles Ferrin. Also got Danny Sullivan and Scott Dixon right here, just out of pit lane. 15th and got about 6 cars in front of him. 5 cars. This is going to allow Montoya to close that gap back up. He's right here. Right behind Nigel Mansell. A little before position. But a lot of these guys have to pit soon. Sullivan, however, seems to be maybe on the same strategy as Dixon somehow. He's been able to stretch it out. Here's battle between Villeneuve, Basso, Mario Andretti. Got a few more cars on pit lane now. Battle for third. AJ closed the gap pretty quick. See all the marbles building up on the outside line of this racing surface. Oh wait, Tony Stewart has about a 10-second lead right now on his closest competitor on a similar strategy, but no one is even on his strategy. He's in a league of his own right now. Willpower still the first car lap down. Then you got Emerson Fittipaldi, Hornish Jr., Robbie Gordon. After that, Hunter Ray is 2 laps down, Hinchcliffe 3. Unser Jr., last car running in 34th, 6 laps down. Quietly approaching the halfway point of this epic race. Dario, he's closing up on Tony Stewart a little bit. Last lap, over a second quicker on the hard compound. He's going to really close up down this straightaway with the draft. Dario had the quickest lap of the race, but has recently been taken by Sebastian Bourdais, who on this most recent stint put in a 1:30.391. I'm curious, as the sun continues to set, if we'll see anyone hit a minute 29. This lap's gonna be just incredibly quick. A 1:31.8.
The leader, Voigt, is pitting.
It's incredible. Alongside Stewart, gonna try to get it done. Send it here into the horseshoe? No. AJ Voigt with an early stop. Understand he might have actually clipped something and left some debris on the track through the bus stop. Take a look when we get back around here. Do you see debris there through the bus stop, and may need a caution here? We'll have to wait and see. Predetermined cautions in this series, potentially for debris. Dario pits. That leaves Tony Stewart on his own out front by about 5 seconds over Michael Andretti. And then 9 seconds back to Paul Tracy. Tony Stewart has really improved on the road courses this year. Seen him multiple times now in the top 10, top 5 leading races. Here we are in the biggest one of the year, and he has really shown he knows what he's doing. Waiting for the lights to click on. Just about time here. Oh, we're gonna get a caution.
The yellow flag is out.
Slap 64, caution for debris. And willpower will be the wave around. And if anyone else is eligible, to wait and see. Sun now almost fully set behind the grandstands.
Castro Neves has now retired.
See what happens at Elio. Caution. Oh, there it was. AJ Foyt and Castro Neves. That's gonna be a warning for AJ Foyt. Avoidable contact here. There we are. Let's see if we can find Will Power real quick. There it is. First car lap down. Gets the wave around. Now, who decides to pit? I am pretty sure we'll see Michael Andretti and Mario Andretti, Jimmy Vasser. However, Tony Stewart could stay out. Paul Tracy even could. I don't think it's a good idea. But Montoya, Sullivan, they're pretty good on fuel. Pace car leads him around. We'll probably get one to go at the line. Yeah, you see a few cars dipping down. Early tell who's coming. Michael, Mario, Vasser, Kenny Brack, Nigel Mansell, Sullivan, Newman Haas, Lazier, Newgarden, McLaughlin. Pull out of focus now. Cannot pick that up. Like Hinchcliffe. See if Will Power gets caught up in time, and we will start at that point. Otherwise, we'll add another lap to this caution. See him rounding oval 1 and 2 there in the background. So big moment for the 12 to get back on the lead lap. That puts 26 cars now on the lead lap. Emerson Fittipaldi is the first car lap down, then Hornish Jr. and Robbie Gordon. Scott Dixon, 2 laps down. Whoa. Hello. What happened here? You have contact? Oh! Heavy hit with DeFerrin. Wow. Dixon, 2 laps down. Damage. 30th. Oh, my God. It's like right about to get there. Let's see. Yeah, right there. All right, rack him up. Tony Stewart at the front. Then Paul Tracy, Juan Montoya, Danny Sullivan, Greg Ray, your top 5. Takuma Sato, Mario Andretti, Tony Kanaan, Jimmy Vasser, Gilles DeFer in the top 10. And you got Rossi, the only driver of the top 3 in the point standings still in this race. Rick Mears, Dario Franchitti, Wickens, and Ari Leyendyke. That's your top 15. There on back, it gets pretty interesting. There are a lot of drivers at pit that are going to be roaring through the field. A lot of drivers out that you'd expect to have had a good race here today. Pace car pulls in. Tony Stewart leads them to the line. Restart, green flag in the air. Tight quarters here. Seen a couple incidents now in 1 and 2, 3 wide. Oh wow! Moving Haas teammates pushing one of the Marlboro cars out wide. I think he might have a little damage. Let's see what happens when we get here. Oh, there's a car off. Is that Newgarden or Mansell? Looks like Newgarden.
Ray has retired from the race.
Oh my gosh. Newgarden's going to get a penalty. Greg Ray out. No, Hunter Ray. I'm going to say Greg Ray's battling for the lead. What a restart. So Newgarden on probation for that. Oh, they almost contact with Tracy and Montoya. Tony Stewart up ahead. 3 drivers that do not give an inch. Wow, what a race this has turned into. No idea how it's going to play out now. Lights turning on. Sparks are about to fly here at Daytona.
New fastest lap for Montoya, 1:30.27. Dixon has just retired.
Bear with me one moment here, just doing a little cleanup work. sure we don't lose our race here. Oh, pit stops. Do something real quick here. And so DeFerrin down pit lane. Here's Montoya take the lead from Tony Stewart. Alright. Just had to free up a little space there for whatever reason. Computer can... Our iRacing puts quite the load here on the computer, but Tony Stewart taking the field to school. 1:30.274 now, fastest lap of the race. There's Tony Stewart trying to keep up. Nice battle here through the top 10. That's Kanaan in 4th, followed by Rick Mears, Alexander Rossi, AJ Foyt, Dario Franchitti. Starting to see a little more shine on these Dallara IR18s. Infield whites catching the gleam. Danny Sullivan really manufactured a hell of a race right now, up into the top 3. It's pretty incredible. We are just about halfway through here. 3 cautions so far. Just past the 2-hour mark as well. There's the gap, first to second. Tony Stewart down pit lane, so Montoya will now have a 7-second lead over Danny Sullivan and Tony Kanaan. Rick Mears, Alexander Rossi, all on the same strategy. Then you got AJ Foyt and Dario Franchitti leading that next herd of cars. See, trying to get by Sullivan, who's...
Tracy has just retired from the race.
They hold him up, and Paul Tracy's had an incident. See what happened to Paul Tracy? So he comes into the chicane. Oh, he's gonna get the tire barrier. Oh, just rips it off. Yep. That'll do it. Here's Will Power. Back on track. He's working his way through. Tony Stewart, he's back out. Oh, Kanaan got by Sullivan, so now it's up to Rick Mears and Alexander Rossi. Their turn. Because you know Franchitti and Foyt, they want by quick. Oh, they're just going to short pit. Smart move. Trying to get by Sullivan and Kanan through the pit stops. See how that plays out here in a couple laps. Sullivan likely in this time by. On the soft tires and ran him to the cords. Nine-second lead right now for Montoya. Really opened it up quickly on the rest of the field. So 2 players' cars now out of the race. One left, that is Jacques Villeneuve, and he's in the top 10. Unser Jr. now the first car a lap down. There goes Danny Sullivan. Let's see how that works for Rossi and who was it that came in? Rossi and I believe it was Rick Mears. Pulling up on Takuma Sato with 3-lap fresher tires than Sato. And gets to the outside, probably using some push to pass and maybe a little bump a hybrid while he's at it. Just flew by. And now there's Danny Sullivan on pit exit. It's gonna be close. Rick Mears is by. Does Rossi clear? Yes, he does. So the undercut worked. Rick Mears needed that big time. Now can look forward on Tony Stewart, who is 6 seconds up the way. Montoya continues out on track. Right at the halfway point. This is lap 75 of 150. Really timed it perfectly with that sunset right at the halfway point of this race. Have to keep note of this start time. Comfortable gap right now for Montoya, right where he left off earlier. Kanan 9.5 seconds back. There's Franchitti, who will then take over the lead with AJ Foyt in tow. Lyondike holding up a decent train of cars here. Bourdais, Mario Andretti looking for a way by. Michael Andretti's here. Yeah, Mario's got by Michael through the pit stops. On the outside, Bourdais, he's got it. Nicely done. Mario can't follow. Michael's gonna get a run up the inside. Bit of a bobble on that inside curb. It's gonna cost Mario a spot and maybe more.
The leader, Foyt, is pitting.
See Lyondike down pit lane. AJ Foyt, Tony Kanan, Montoya. Oh, contact! There's contact there. Is it enough? I think Vilna's got a bit of damage.
The leader is now on primaries.
Three Newman Haas cars in the top 10. In fact, the top 7. It's 3rd, 4th, and 7th right now. Now they're actively trying to remove the lone remaining player's car. Mario Andretti and Villeneuve finding each other on the same part of the track. I don't believe any action is necessary. High speed corner, both going for the same spot. 8.5 seconds right now, up to Dario. As Tony Stewart hit. Here's the battle for second. Bourdais, Michael Andretti, Mario Andretti. And you got Kenny Brack back there, making a great run. Nigel Mansell. Then Villeneuve, Jimmy Vassar, Pato O'Ward, Scott McLaughlin. That's your top 10. All pretty much on the same strategy.
Sam has retired.
Understand that we have lost another driver here. Hornish Jr. out of the race. See if we find out what happened real quick. Here it is. Oh, nailed the tire barrier. Just destroyed it. So here's Montoya. Oh! Unser Jr. almost slipped up and collected Montoya, but they make it out of the bus stop in one piece. Whew. Sure, Montoya is thinking, what the hell is that? Montoya and Franchitti exchanging the lead here between pit stops. Should they get on the same sequence? It'd be interesting. Who's quicker? So here's Mario and Michael again. Now a 10-second gap to Dario. He's having a great run up front, putting in laps about 1 second quicker than the rest of the field. And mentioned before, double points here at stake in the second of 3 races in the Triple Crown Challenge. Sort of mini mid-season championship of its own. Greg Moore won at Indianapolis, which was double points, but is going to fail to finish here today. May still be the champ leader after this race, but following today's events, the points are completely open for, I would say, the top 10 to 15 now. Before, I would have said down to the top 5 or 7. But Greg Moore not finishing here is huge. And Colton Herta as well. It's really down to how well does Alexander Rossi finish, who currently is not in the top 10 himself. It's 11. It's kind of bouncing back in and out based on the strategy. Things still looking real good for Franchitti. He's pulling out another second this lap. Meanwhile, Mario and Michael continue 3rd and 4th. Nigel Mansell has since pit. Here come the rest of the leaders. Michael Andretti stayed out. So now it's Montoya's turn to re-inherit the lead. He's got 5
Kanan
seconds.
has retired from the race.
Tony Kanan out. See what happened to Kanan. It's the chicane. Goes a little wide and clips. Oh, just destroys it. Day done. Now Montoya up to 4th. We've still got Michael Andretti, Pato Ward, and Scott McLaughlin to pit. 2nd and 3rd right there in front of 4th place, your eventual leader on this strategy. Dario Franchitti, he's out in what will be 3rd on this strategy, so that's interesting. AJ Foyt once again finding himself kind of in a unique gray area, but Dario being 10 seconds back of Montoya, that's big. Pit stops continue for the lead pack, and Montoya takes back over. Looking good here for Montoya. 6.5 second gap on the option tires. Surprised you don't just stick with the hards. They seem to be the better ones to use. We have 24 cars on the lead lap. Newgarden being the last car. He's got a little damage from an off-road excursion, but Sato 23rd. Then 25th would be Robbie Gordon, the first car a lap down. Emerson Fittipaldi also a lap down. And you got Hinchcliffe 3 back, Unser Jr. 6 laps down. He's the last car running in 28th out of 40 cars that started this event. So 12 are out. Past halfway. See how many we have at the end. Probably another 10 laps before Montoya sees pit lane.
Gordon ahead is pitting.
Franchitti, he's caught up to Tony Stewart significantly faster. Wow. That was 2.5 seconds faster that last lap. Joseph Newgarden out of pit lane just ahead of these two. Imagine Franchitti's gonna have a good shot at pulling this pass off here on corner exit. Gonna get a great run up high. Maybe using a bit of the push to pass, but I have to wait till after the chicane. Oh, he's going to the inside here. No. Tricky spot to pass. But he's going to have a great run here through 3 and 4 on the oval. Looking to the high side on Stewart. Dario Franchitti, almost contact. Might have been a little touch. Wing looks okay. I didn't see any smoke. No smoke from smoke. He was throwing some smoke, I would. Is that the term? Definitely gave him a little extra think about, and I'm got extra to think about. Look at this. Full power. Was a lap down. Now he's up to 7th. What is going on? Running right behind Alexander Rossi, who's been top 5 to 10 all day. I'm shocked. Here goes Franchitti again. Gonna give it another shot. Maybe he won't go for it here, which will give him more opportunity this time. About the same gap. Dario has 8 lap pressure tires. And he's desperate to get by and track down Montoya. Oh, again. That is just getting dangerously close into turn 1. The gap is coming down to Montoya. Even while they're racing, they're about half a second a lap quicker. Starting to see the sparks from underneath these cars. Go on board with Franchitti now that the lights have turned on. Get a good shot of this track. It's the closest I think he's been on exit there. Second place. Oh man, rough exit there for Franchitti. Just had a bad entry. And it's gonna cost him big down the straight as Tony Stewart's closing up on Newgarden. And while behind these two, AJ Foyt closing up ever so slightly. Trying to become part of this battle, and you see Newgarden kicking up some grass, staying out of the way of the leaders. Well done there.
Gordon has just retired from the race.
Oh, Robert Gordon out. See if he had any incident here. Also out. see Franchitti really having trouble getting by for second. AJ Foyt closing up on these two while they're closing up on the leader. I don't think everything will converge into one neat spot, but they may find each other before this race is said and done. There goes Tony Stewart. Pit lane, that's about right on cue, so let's see what kind of laps Franchitti can do here before Montoya has to stop. Another great lap by AJ Foyt. Second quicker than second place. Car looks great going through the infield here at Daytona. Just a legendary scheme. .2 to first. Montoya probably a good 3 laps at least away from making his next stop. See if we can find out what happened to Robbie Gordon real quick while we have a moment. Coming through. Goes wide. Just destroys him. There's Sakuma. Let's see. Same thing. He got damage and now he's getting repairs. So here's Rick Mears. He's making his stop. Tony Stewart back in 17th in a huge pack of cars.
Morris is now on primaries.
Wow.
De Ferran is now retired.
Still a favorite out of the race. Cars are dropping like flies here. Yeah, we are in the middle of a hornet's nest. Going through 2 and 3. Whoa, that is tight. Unser Jr. gives some space. There goes Hinchcliffe. Dario continues to track down Montoya, second faster that last lap. Only a couple tenths there. I imagine Montoya and AJ Foyt, they're getting their tires ready out on pit lane. Here's Bourdais, Mario Andretti, Michael a little further back. He's been a little off pace in this middle part of the race. Then here's Kenny Bratt, Ari Leindyke, and Nigel Mansell, and Jimmy Vasser. That's your top 10. So we'll keep an eye on the leader, Montoya, see if he makes his way down pit lane. Off the final corner. staying at one more lap. Track temperature down to 80 degrees, 85 degrees ambient temperature. And we are just about 60% now done with this race. Been incredible from the start, just a lot of action, a lot to keep up with.
Rossi has just retired.
Oh my, Alexander Rossi is out of the race. Rick Mears out of the race. What just happened? There's Rossi and Mears. Goes wide. Comes back. Oh my God, he goes over the top of Mears. What just happened? Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh. That's third in points. What is happening? Okay. Now, let's think about this. Fourth in points is Sebastian Bourdais. He's currently running fifth. Al Jr.'s had a rough go. He's a few laps down. Paul Tracy out of the race. Nigel Mansell, he's in the top 10. Franchitti battling for the win. Scott McLaughlin and Dan Weldon out. But McLaughlin has an opportunity to move up as well. Wow. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of our top 10 in points out of this race. And we still have 60 laps remaining. Who's gonna hold on and survive here? It's really what this race is becoming about. There's Montoya down pit lane. AJ Foyt's gonna follow, so Franchitti now takes over the lead.
leader, Foyt, is pitting.
And that'll be a 10-second lead now for Franchitti that he has over Mario Andretti. Yeah, Michael's falling back a bit. Yeah, Mario's really turned it up. He's running, I think, the fastest laps on track right now. Second to lap. Talk about iconic cars not long ago with AJ Foyt, seeing these Newman Haas cars running through the infield just as equally amazing. What is going to happen with the point standings by the time this is said and done? If everyone starts wrecking, it could just be a wash. No, but I really think drivers like Bourdais, Franchitti, Nigel Mansell even, they have a huge opportunity here today. 19 cars now on the lead lap. Newgarden and Emerson Fittipaldi are both a lap down. Rick Mears not out of the race, getting repairs done after having his car completely climbed over. Another great race for Rick Mears. He can't get any luck, I tell you. Now we have only 25 cars running. 15 out. Look how much Mario's pulled away from Bourdais. That is 1 second gap in 1 lap. And he's 2 seconds quicker than his son Michael. Michael losing quite a bit of time. So those hard compound tires really keeping the speed up late in the run. You see Franchitti. Oh, Takuma Sato in the wall. Takuma's done. But look at that. Dario has ran the hard tires 5 stints in a row. Mansell's run the soft tires 5 stints in a row. So has Bourdais. Well, I was very concerned that was Dario at first. Takuma Sato out of this race. Juan Montoya still about 20 seconds back here of Mario after his stop. 30 seconds back of the leader. Looking to get by Newgarden here. Maybe down the back stretch. Newgarden dealing with some sort of floor damage, I imagine.
Sato has just retired.
Just incredible laps being put in right now. Franchitti's on pit lane. Let's see what Mario does. He's coming down. Here's Bourdais. He's gonna pit. Michael Andretti. He's got another lap on these guys. Let's see if he stays out. And he does. Back here is Montoya, who's got the fresh tires, and he's coming for the lead. And 5 seconds back of Michael right now. See Dario exiting pit lane. Interested to see what sort of tires Dario's on. The hards again. 3 seconds quicker that lap Montoya was than Michael Andretti. Grass being kicked up on exit there. Drivers using all the track they can, getting the grip off the dirt.
The track temperature is falling. It's now 84 Fahrenheit.
Yeah, I had that mixed up. That is the track temperature, 84, and ambient 80 degrees. I believe I said that backwards earlier. Imagine we will see Michael Andretti on pit lane. There he goes, making the turn, and Montoya will pick up the race lead here on lap number 95. It's Montoya, Franchitti, and AJ Foyt out front. Top three got a 4-second gap on Tony Stewart, who's a few laps older tires. Not much in the equation here, but this guy right here, Mario Andretti, don't count him out. 5th place, 13 seconds back. I think he's got a good chance to be in conversation before it's said and done. Montoya still with the quickest lap. Actually got it from Franchitti probably about around lap 50 or so. I'm surprised that lap times haven't come down more. I think Montoya might have got a pretty bad corner there. Really allowed Franchitti to catch up even with his mistake. Franchitti almost within striking distance here. So we're closing in on 50 laps to go. And then it'll be a dash to the finish. Probably an hour or so remaining from that point. An hour, 20 minutes. You see Franchitti in the draft now, half a second back. It was a second and a half quicker that last time by. This is going to get him right to the rear wing of Montoya by the time they exit the chicane. Quick little flick of the wheel. He's going wide. Oh my god, I thought he was going to get the wall. That tire barrier almost got him. Oh my god. Franchitti. Take a quick breath there. It's gonna regroup again. See how quick Franchitti is through the infield. 3 lap pressure tires, and he's on the hard compound, which just seems to really be the best of use. Montoya has been using both quite regularly, going back and forth again. Much better corner that time for Franchitti. I think he'll get alongside into one. And clear of Montoya, where he even had to lift. Franchitti to the lead. Inside on Robert Wickens, who's just out of pit lane. and pulling away. So I think it's safe to say your
McLaughlin has retired.
de facto leader is Franchitti, and McLaughlin now out. Let's see if we can find what happened to McLaughlin. There's just one after another at this point. Again. Oh! Cleaned the whole side of the car up. Franchitti and Montoya leading AJ Foyt, and a gap back to Mario. And Bourdais and Will Power going at it for 5th. Let's go back there and check out that battle. And even a bigger gap back to Danny Sullivan, Michael Andretti, Kenny Brack, and Lion Dyke rounding out the top 10. They are all going at it for 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. But here's Will Power trying to get by Bourdais. He's coming up on a pit stop, but trying to make it difficult for the 18 team. Up front, see AJ Foyt closing up on Montoya, but he's having to deal with Robert Wickens on fresher tires. Wickens the first car a lap down. Franchitti went wide, and the gap coming down quickly between Montoya and Franchitti. It's bringing AJ Foyt up into it too. That's going to be 1.5 seconds, even less, at the line between first to third, with a lap car in the middle. 51 laps remain. Yeah, it's heating up. Mario Andretti went back to the soft tire and just doesn't have the pace he had on that last run on the hard. See if he goes back to the hard tire for these last couple stints. But his crew chief's able to pick that up. Almost a second slower that time by for Franchitti with that mistake he had. But pulled it right back out as they got to the infield. Went from about 0.7 to 1.7. AJ Foyt sent to the outside on Wickens. It's going to be a pass. He's through. Job by Wickens not getting too involved there. Foyt gonna get by for second. Completes the pass into turn 1. See if he can stick with Dario. 50 laps to go now. Crunch time. There's AJ Foyt, Juan Pablo Montoya. 2 seconds back right now of the leader, Dario Franchitti. The build up on the outside line here is just unbelievable through those hairpins. "17 cars still on the lead lap. Greg Ray remains the last car there, with Wickens, Newgarden, and Fittipaldi 1 lap down. Then Hinchcliffe, Unser Jr., and Rick Mears, the last cars running. That's 23 cars still actively out on track. Anything can happen here. A lot of these incidents have been single car crashes taking place at the chicane. However, we have seen our slew of multi-car incidents as well. Landau, Stewart, and Mansell all within 7/10 of each other going into the chicane. Looks like Voigt's closing the gap a bit, 1.6 now. It's got older tires but less fuel on board. Older tires in the hard compound doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Just how much better Foyt is getting through there. Franchitti struggling with finding the right line. Lap 103 here. That time by Foyt quicker by 0.8 of a second. It was all in the bus stop. It's closing a bit more through the infield now. Just staying with him and then making up the ground here on the oval seems to be the 14's game plan. One second back. Where is it going to be when we get to the start-finish line? Gap continues to close. I think Franchitti did a bit better that time. Almost half a second now as they hit the line. AJ Foyt is there. Lap 104. Race is on. Franchitti, Foyt at Daytona. Montoya and Andretti lingering in case anything happens to fall apart up front.
Power has just retired from the race.
Hearing Will Power at an issue. He's having a great run. In the chicane again. Will Power, victim. Wish I could remove those those barriers. Back up front to Franchitti. Leaders make it through the chicane okay. We have debris on track, so debating the caution flag now. Have a predetermined set for 106. Side by side for the lead into one. Wow. What a move by AJ Foyt. Say, I'm here and I'm not going anywhere. Be 45 to go at the line. The rubber all over the track here. It's like a war zone. Through 1 and 2. Chicane closing up. AJ Foyt to 3 and 4 on the oval. Does he take another shot or come down pit lane? I think he's going to go to pit lane. They try to undercut a bit. He needed the fuel as well.
The leader, Foyt, is pitting.
Franchitti staying out. Understand the debris there left by Will Power does need to be cleaned up. So we'll be seeing a caution flag here in a moment.
Yellow,
And
yellow,
the
yellow.
caution is out here on lap 106 of 150 here at Daytona. Dario Franchitti leading. Mario Andretti, Sebastian Bourdais, AJ Foyt just pit is in 4th. Montoya also pitting. Ari Leyendijk, I believe, is on pit road. How will this impact the last 40 laps of this race? Find out in a moment. Back here momentarily. And we are back here seeing AJ Foyt being moved back through the field for some reason. I'm not quite sure.
Air temperature's decreasing. It's now 80 Fahrenheit.
A lot of cars on pit lane here. It's gonna be a big race off pit road. Important race at that too. Franchitti going. And we'll be first off. Then Mario. It's like Bourdais ahead of Brack. So, Tony Stewart, Danny Sullivan, Greg Ray. That's your top three. 2 Menards in the top three at Daytona on the road course. Danny Sullivan second also is very much impressive. Then you have what I consider to be the lead group. Starting in fourth, that's AJ Foyt, going to be the first. Then Montoya. Lyondike's there, but I don't think he has the pace. He bounced back to Franchitti, Mario Andretti, Sebastian Bourdais, and Kenny Brack. Those are the cars that are on the right strategy and have pace. Also see Nigel Mansell, Pato O'Ward back there. Just double check, we might be able to go green here. Looks like we'll give it one more lap. Enough cars are not caught up. And the field has significantly shortened here over the course of this evening. 40 cars started. Let's see how many we have running right now. Looks like 18 on the lead lap. Emerson Fittipaldi, the last car, 1 lap down. Everyone else more than 1 lap down. That's Hinchcliffe, Unser Jr., and Rick Mears. So 22 cars still running. Doesn't look like it. But you got guys that are out. Will Power, McLaughlin, Castroneves, DeFerrin, Colton Herta, Hunter Ray, Zanardi, Scott Dixon, Alex Palou, Alexander Rossi, Greg Moore. I listed off the top 3 in the points here in a double points race. Paul Tracy, Dan Weldon, Bobby Rahal, Takuma Sato, Robbie Gordon, and Tony Kanaan, all out. Also Sam Hornish Jr. out of this race. Unbelievable amount of attrition here today. Thought we could get it in time. Okay, 1 to go here. Emerson's praying for a caution. He can get back on the lead lap. Right now he's kind of stuck in a bit of purgatory where he can't even gain spots back there. He's only car a lap down. Everyone else multiple laps down. Take a look at where these guys are on pit stops. Tony Stewart and Greg Ray. 12 laps on their current fuel stint, so they must be coming in the next 2 or 3 laps. Danny Sullivan can make it probably another 5 laps. So how quickly does Foyt and Montoya get around and try to create that gap to Franchitti and Mario Andretti, Sebastian Bourdais? I think those top 5, and those are the top 5 we're going to have to be keeping an eye on. Foyt, Montoya, Franchitti, Andretti, and Bourdais. Getting ready to go green. Just over 40 laps to go. It'll be 41 at the line. And a heck of a day for Newman Haas Racing. And at the moment, it's looking great for the Menards team, running first and third for the first time today. Danny Sullivan's found himself up and down the field all throughout the evening. Lyondike and Kenny Brack, these guys have finessed their way into a top 10. About to get down to it though. Pit stops are limited here on out. Who decides to go with what tires? AJ Foyt, he is on the hards. And for the first time, I think all race, Dario Franchitti put on the soft tires. Drivers getting ready now, coming off turn 4 of the oval here at Daytona. Lights are out on the pace car. Lights are on throughout the tri-oval and the infield. Sparks are about to fly here at Daytona. Double points are at stake. And green flags back up in the air. Tony Stewart leads him away. There's the remainder of the field here. Tony Stewart getting away good. Sullivan staying with him. There's a big battle between Montoya and AJ Foyt, and when does Franchitti try to get by Lyondike? Looks like Montoya's gonna line up Foyt though down the backstretch. He's going. Not going to get there, though. Big check up here. Cost Lyondike some speed, maybe a spot or two. Franchitti's going to keep the momentum churning up top. Big pass there. Needs to keep tabs and touch base with these 2. Mario now in the same boat. Here's the top 3. Sullivan's got the lead from Tony Stewart. Danny Sullivan leading at Daytona. Tony Stewart and Greg Ray in tow. Then you go back a little further, heavier fuel tanks. So still trying to get these tires warmed up. They are AJ Foyt, Juan Pablo Montoya, Dario Franchitti, and then Harry Leindyke and Mario Andretti. Bourdais and Brack round out the top 10. So we're under 40 to go. Looking to make a move on the outside into the chicane. Can't get there. Big run here for Foyt. Leindyke had trouble. It's a tough corner. Greg Ray and Tony Stewart stay on track. Around the outside, there goes Stewart. Through turns 1 and 2. Nicely done. And AJ Foyt looking on the outside of Greg Ray. He's there. I haven't seen that pass all day long. And nicely done. Wow, what a move. Does Juan Montoya follow him? Looks like he will. Huh. Outside line. Suddenly showing some life. Franchitti and Bourdais side by side. They try to get by Leindyke, but Bourdais just gets shuffled out back to the 10th later. 3-9. Here comes AJ Foyt. Fresh tires looking. Pulls out. Waits for the straight here. Dario Franchitti.
Larisia has retired from the race.
Oh, we got another Buddy Lazier out. There go the Menards. Foyt and Montoya. 2.5 seconds up on Mario Andretti. See Montoya even looking a bit now on Foyt. If there's any potential opening, he's going to go for it. And these guys are stacked up going down to the oval, taking it to the backstretch. Almost contact. Sullivan gonna give up the spot to AJ Foyt. That's for the lead here at Daytona in the road course Daytona 500. Look at this now, 3 cars battling for the lead, potentially 3 wide as we come through the tri-oval. Oh my goodness. Indycar Legends Racing Series, AJ Foyt, Danny Sullivan, Juan Pablo Montoya. That's your top 3 going into turn 1 at Daytona. See Mario Andretti has been able to get closer. Franchitti, however, not able to get by Leindyke, so Leindyke's showing some pace. 21 cars still remain on track. More than half, just over. 40 cars started. See, they're cutting that corner more and more as the grip gets better and better. 83-degree track temperature. Mario's got a lot of speed now. He is a second quicker that last lap. Franchitti, he's by. See what that does for him. Top five are starting to shape up. I'd say, with the exception of Danny Sullivan, this is who we're going to see to the finish. Sullivan bit off sequence, and I just don't think it's going to work out timing-wise for his pit stop. Let's see. Yeah, he's going to be about 5 laps short. Still side-by-side back here. Oh, Weinbeck gets the spot back for Franchitti. This guy driving him crazy.
Stewart is now retired.
Oh, Tony Stewart's out of the race. It's such a great run going. We gotta find out what happened here. Oh, the dreaded chicane. Claimed another. He almost went around the outside of it. There goes Mario for third. AJ Foyt, Juan Montoya, Mario Andretti, that's your top 3. Very safe on making it to the end, I think. Can do them 2 more stops. Sullivan, however, will need an additional, I think, a 3rd stop. We are at 35 laps to go. Montoya picking up the pace a bit, it seems, here. Foyt, however, with a 1.3 second lead, almost out of draft range. Too wide through the bus stop. Sullivan gets back by Mario, and that is going to really cost him a lot of time in regards to keeping up with the top 2, because I'm sure Sullivan's pitting right here. He's got to be thinking, why did you do that to me? Front 2 continue to pace the field at 132.5. Mario lost 3 seconds because of that move by Sullivan. Totally legal, fine move. It was just very aggressive and maybe unnecessary in Mario's eyes. There you are at the gap, 1.9. Mario half a second quicker. Can't emphasize this enough. double points on the line here will certainly shuffle this championship standings, as the top 3 in points are actually out of the race. And Sebastian Bourdais, he's 4th, plus 4th overall in the points, set for a big day. And we've seen it time and time again. Foyt has obviously been consistently quick here, but it's all about who survives sometimes in these races, especially when you have a 4-hour event like this. Attrition comes into play, and he's a second and a half quicker that time by, and really starting to put it down on the rest of the field. So staying clean and then showing pace at the end. Those hard tires really are what's doing it. And Bourdais making up time on the 3rd. A lot of urgency now starting to show up in some of these drivers. We've seen it in the lap times. This time by, what do we have? I think we have AJ Foyt on pit road. Is that what I'm seeing? It seems like AJ just lost a ton of speed. 132.2 to a 133.5. So Bourdais running the same speed as the leader, but it really seemed like it was a huge checkup. Franchitti now working with line, but still can't get by. See Montoya in the foreground as 3rd and 4th continue to claw, scratch away at that gap. Montoya currently the slowest of these top 4. So the ability to get to him is there. This time by another 132 for Foyt, 133.5 for Montoya, 133.3 for Mario, and Bourdais puts another 132 on the board. Bourdais knows he's quicker, just trying to find the right spot to take his shot. Can't wait too long though. Time's running out. 8 seconds the gap to AJ Foyt. He's gonna get a good run down the backstretch. Yeah, I don't think there's much Mario can do about this one. Oh, almost contact. Mario's had side pod contact with other cars, but Bourdais is going to be clear and likely stretch this out over the tri-oval and then get away through the twisty bits in the infield. Nice lap here for Bourdais. So he's looking to capitalize on others' misfortunes. "30 laps to go. Final 20% of this race final 20% of this race is left. Another 30 laps. AJ Foyt to 132.1. Incredible lap. 2.5 seconds faster than Montoya. Now Bourdais needs to try to get to, I would say, at least a 7-second gap here. He's got to find something. Pulling away from Mario on exit onto the oval. So much more grip in those harder compound tires. That's the first time Bourdais been on the hard compound in a few runs. I thought I heard someone hit the barrier. It's like PTSD. Just, oh my god, someone hit it. But Bourdais closing the gap on second, so he'll at least get there.
The leader, Foyt, is pitting.
Oh, AJ's on pit road. So is Montoya. I think they saw how fast Bourdais was going. They had to respond. Now, is it enough to make it to the end? Yeah, it should be good on fuel to the end. Look at that, Kenny Brack, Dario Franchitti. There's AJ Foyt. On Pablo Montoya, he's out. You see Greg Ray, Danny Sullivan. And here's Arie Luyendyk back out on track. Alright. Sebastian Bourdais. He's got the lead by 1 second right now over Mario Andretti. Probably hitting pit lane here. Strategy's out the window. We'll check with AJ Foyt. He's on the hard compound. Montoya went to the soft. Villeneuve being caught at about a 10-mile-an-hour difference, and will let Foyt by. There's the battle for the lead off of pit lane. Oh yeah, Bourdais and Andretti still out on track. And it's 6 seconds on Montoya. Hinchcliffe and Fittipaldi now just ahead of the potential race leader. Hinchcliffe pulls over. Now here's a huge run through 1 and 2 on the oval. alongside and past Fittipaldi. No pit stop. Stays out another lap. He's getting by everybody on pit lane. There's Bourdais. It's going to be a battle with Bourdais and Montoya. Montoya gets out in front. Mario goes back to the soft tires again, and Greg Ray finds himself up into fourth. So it's a 9.5 second gap, basically 10 seconds to AJ Foyt right now for Sebastian Bourdais. Six seconds to Juan Montoya, who has the same pit number as the leader. Back in just 1 second, and we'll be here for the final 25 laps. All right, we are back, and we have 24 laps to
Andretti
go.
has retired from the race.
And getting word that Mario and Reddy just retired from the race. Right as we get back. Hold the phone. Here it is. Even Mario.
Fittipaldi has now retired.
Oh. Here comes Emerson. Same thing. Pow. Few more DNFs here. Bourdais has caught Montoya. To the outside, he's gonna have plenty of room up there. Plenty of speed. Gap is coming down. Will Bourdais get there? 9-second gap. Second allowed quicker. Will that hold up through the run? Still a tenth quicker despite working with Montoya to get around. Can hear his engine there just out of picture, going down into the kink here. AJ Foyt hustling everything he's got out of this Copenhagen sponsor number 14. Then you got the Sealmaster 18 in hot pursuit. This could be a grandstand finish. It would not surprise me. Bourdais closing up on AJ Foyt, pulling away from Juan Montoya. Sullivan and Landijk have settled into 4th and 5th. See, AJ Foyt that time by 132.8. Decent lap. Bourdais still has about a tenth on him. 0.15. Gap is 8.5 seconds. Back and forth between Foyt and Bourdais. This is where the winner of the race will certainly come from if we don't have any other cautions. Not many cars left on track to throw cautions for. Herta blocked the track with his incident. Excuse me, most everyone else who's hit that barrier has then been able to get out of the racing line and avoid bringing out a full course caution. But if it were ever on the line itself, That time by AJ Foyt, quicker by 7/10. Big lap there, responding to Sebastian Bourdais. Tires maybe leveling off a bit. So now, what Bourdais needs to do, keep himself in front of Montoya for that last stint so he doesn't sit behind him for 5 laps. That could be the difference. Pulling away at 1.2 now. And growing on Montoya. . 20 to go at the line. Here comes your leader. About 5 or so laps away from his last stop. And you can make it to the end. Matching lap times now from the top 2. Montoya loses a little bit more ground. Danny Sullivan sitting in 4th, in a bit of trouble. He's not going to be able to extend his fuel tank as he's hoping, and likely finish last on the lead lap, or maybe around 13th if it's slot in front of Robert Wickens. Nobody else, just 1 lap down. We have Hinchcliffe, Unser Jr., and Rick Mears multiple laps down. 18 cars still on track. Been a long race. Over 3.5 hours at this point. Yeah, 3 hours 44 minutes right now. You can see, take a look here where some of these guys have started. Foyt on pole, looking to win in a 4-hour endurance race. That would be huge. Sebastian Bourdais 4th to 2nd, Montoya 14th to 3rd, Sullivan 17th to 4th, and Leindeck 27th up to 5th. Right now, I think driver of the day would go to Arie Leindeck. Still in the top 5 and made up an incredible amount of positions. Clock is ticking. Time running out on Sebastian Bourdais' attempt to track down AJ Foyt. Foyt actually turning up the speed now late in his run. We've seen that with these tires throughout the evening. The gap now to Foyt growing back to nearly 10 seconds. What a run by the 14 all day. spin up here in the top 10. And even when he's making his pit stops, coming back out in traffic in the top 10, just showed the speed all day. Amongst him, Franchitti, Montoya, even Bourdais here late, and definitely deserving of this win. Oh, almost jinxed him. Let's get over here to Bourdais. Just gotta take it easy at this point. Across the start-finish line. AJ Foy looking pretty composed, hitting his marks, not over driving, just a little hiccup there through one of the tougher corners I think in all of racing. It's tough to judge, see the curves that you need to hit, especially with the update. That time by, Bourdais 2/10 quicker. Not gonna be enough though. Gonna need to come out of the pits like a man on fire. He wants a shot at AJ Foy, or Foy's gonna need to slip up on pit lane. Foy looking very good down the back. Nice and easy. Gap now 5 seconds from, or 4 seconds from second to third. Puts in a 1:32.562. Bourdais does a 4:28, so a little quicker. And as we mentioned, though, just maybe too little, too late. Got a lot of traffic potentially up ahead. I'm not sure. I don't think we'll catch up to that. Never know. Lion Dyke running fourth.
Sullivan has retired.
Oh! Denny Sullivan, he's out. He had one more stop to make. Vassar Award. Let's take a look what happened to Danny. He's having a great run. Yep. Here comes Foyt, his last stop, right at
The leader, Foyt,
15
is
laps
pitting.
to go. Bourdais, what does he have? One more lap. That's what he's gonna do. He's got 2 extra laps on AJ Foyt. And typically, these cars run quicker at the end of their run. So it might be the best thing to do here. Waiting for AJ to come out of pit lane. Here he is, just ahead of Kenny Brack. He'll make it out. Not have to worry about any traffic. 22 seconds back. And growing, obviously, as he's getting up to temperature, but on the hard tires, Kenny Brack there. Then we'll drop back to Mansell, Vassar, Award, Michael Andretti, Newgarden up to 8. Then you got Franchitti and Montoya, the top 10. All right. So Montoya and Boyd have pit. It's now down to Sebastian Bourdais. I think you might wait till another lap. Yeah. See if you can do a 132. Yeah. Put it in quick pass, stay out. Dyke's pit. We've got a huge stack of cars from 3rd to 9th, or to 10th, but I believe actually about 4th to 10th. They're within about a second of each other. Look at that Racing Hero Award. Michael Andretti, Jimmy Vasser. Wow. Al Jr. still gonna probably come away with a 16th despite his problems, and could be a decent day for the 3 team when it's said and done. Vasser now heads his group in 5th. Comes Bourdais one more time. And it's this time he's coming down pit lane. Here's AJ Foyt. He was wide and almost got the tires. Oh my goodness. He's got his team car right there behind him too. So there's Dario behind Vasser. Got Michael Andretti leading this group of cars. Now there's AJ Foyt with a 132.4. Here comes Bourdais. He's gonna be still about 9 seconds back. Ahead of Michael Andretti on the outlap. Kenny Brack sits second. And there's your leader, AJ Foyt. Bourdais needs to keep in front of Michael. On the hard compound again, so is AJ Foyt. Newgarden stopped, he's on the hard compound. Mansell, Vasser, Lyondike.
Montoya has just retired from the race.
Oh, Montoya's had an incident. Let's take a look. Juan Montoya out of the race. Yeah. Same old story here. Need to get rid of those things. So here's Bourdais. 9.3 back right now of AJ Foyt. Make sure these top two get through the chicane each lap now. Oh, he just ended it. Bourdais done. Fourth in points, done. Wow. Lyondike will now move up to second, over 30 seconds back of AJ Foyt. Shocking. Just need a camera on this corner. Wow. AJ Foyt now coming up on 10 laps to go this time by. Just needs to survive. Meanwhile, Newgarden was completely done for in this race. He's looking at maybe a top 5 when it's said and done. He's within range. You got Mansell and Andretti in 4th and 6th. Gets through uneventful that time. There's Mansell closing up on Kenny Brack. Just set his fastest lap of the race. Back here, Vassar holding off Michael Andretti.
Bourdais has just retired.
What a wreck. This is getting a little hairy. So now, Unser Jr., multiple laps down, is the highest running cars in the points, still on track. Greg Moore, Colton Herta, Alexander Rossi, Sebastian Bourdais, all out of this race. Al Jr. 5th in points. 140 back. Didn't make big gains here today, but not as much as he may have hoped. Paul Tracy out. Nigel Mansell, he's up there in the top 5. Looking to get on the podium even. Dario Franchitti, he's in the top 10. Then McLaughlin and Weldon out of the race. So, here's the battle for the podium with 10 laps to go. AJ Foyt, 36-second lead. And these guys are closing quickly on Lyondike. Could have an AJ Foyt 1-2. Looks like another second taken out of Lyondike's gap. Yeah. 1 second quicker that time by Kenny Brack and Nigel Mansell. They can see Lyondike up ahead. And in the background, you might see AJ Foyt shoot into pictures. He is actually, no, already up for turn 2 on the oval, coming to the feared chicane again. I have to figure this out for the next race. Wish we could just not use it. Lyondike surely in his head right now. He is in the mirrors. He's noticing the lap times, and the car is getting closer. His crew chief's got to be telling him just focus ahead. but Kenny Brack is going up a mile a minute. And right now, AJ Foyt is over half a lap in front of third place Kenny Brack. This would also be potentially, knock on wood, it's not done yet. This track is catching many drivers out. But AJ Foyt has never won in the IndyCar Legends Racing Series. This would be his first career win if he can
Ray
hold on.
has just retired from the race.
Ray looks like he's got the chicane barrier. It's just like roulette here. 13 cars remain on track. Here comes Foyt. He's through. That is nerve-wracking to the max. That last lap will probably be the most nerve-wracking. Trying to get that first career win in IndyCar Legends Racing Series history at none other than Daytona for double points. Can Foyt pull it off? Talk about cementing your name in history. This would be quite the imprint. Coming through. Can Kenny Brack close the gap a bit more? He's kind of pulled away from
Andretti has just retired.
Nigel Mansell. Michael Andretti now has an issue. Gray, Michael Andretti. Tried to get around the outside, then went deep, too far. Just slams into it. I think those don't affect anyone else. See if anyone else hits these. Side by side for 7th. Franchitti Newgarden. They're behind Pato O'Ward. And you see Unser and Vassar going side by side. Vassar's probably like, what the hell, man? Just trying to finish. Brack was a second quicker than Lyondike that time by. And I think Villeneuve. Okay. He's still going. I thought Villeneuve was in the wall. Here we go, down the back stretch again. And through. AJ Foyt, gonna be 5 to go at the line. Kenny Brack closing up on Lyondike. Al Jr.'s up to 12th. I believe 6 laps down. It's only a handful of cars, if even that, were able to repair their damage today. Hinchcliffe, Unser Jr., and Rick Mears. I think a few others did, but then they got in further wrecks that then sealed their fate. But AJ Foyt, 5 remain. Comes the Lyondike. Kenny Brack. Trying to get there before it's over. See Foyt coming around oval 2. About to hit the bus stop chicane one more time. Just got to do it 5 more laps. And he'll be a winner at Daytona. Clean that time. And R.A. Lyondike continues to hold off Kenny Brack late in this run. Brack with 3 lap fresher tires. We'll see if that comes into play at the end.
The leader, Foyt, is pitting.
Foyt's on pit lane. What is going on? 5 laps to go. Not sure. Did he not get enough fuel? Now Lyondike coming around. This race is not over.
The leader is now on alternates.
He went to the alternate tires for the last 5 laps of the race. What a strategy call. Now, here's Lyondike. Still trying to hold off Kenny Brack. 10 seconds up ahead to AJ Foyt. But time is running out. Foyt, Lyondike, Kenny Brack, Nigel Mansell, and Jimmy Vasser. That is your top 5. O'Ward, Franchitti, Newgarden, Wickens, and Villeneuve. It's got fresh tires, grip tires. Hopefully enough grip to get him through this chicane 4 more times. It'd be interesting to see how many of those incidents were on which set of tires. Wouldn't surprise me if it was the option. Here goes Lyondike. Yeah, the top 4 all make it through clean. 3 laps to go for AJ Foyt, and what will be his first win and probably his biggest win for quite some time in this series. Not many others can beat this one, other than maybe the Indy 500 and Indianapolis Grand Prix. This is going to be historic for the 14. He's going to have his teammate, as of now, on the podium. Was hoping to get him on the second step, but falling back a bit late in the run. 3 seconds back of Lyondike now. And to the oval one more time for AJ Foyt. 10 cars on the lead lap. 13 cars still running. Foyt off of oval 2. Coming to the chicane. Little wide. Oh my god. Foyt
Lawrence is now on alternates.
AJ Foyt just wrecked from the lead with 3 laps to go. At what would have been his first career win. AJ Foyt is done. Lyondike takes the lead. Oh my god. Leading almost the entirety of the second half of this race. Slams the tire barrier. 2 to go for Lyondike. Oh my god. Kenny Brack, 6/10 off that time by. Puts Nigel Mansell into third on the podium with 2 laps remaining. And you look at these tires that the top 5 are on, all option tires. I'm scared for all of them. I cannot believe that just happened. AJ Foyt in the wall. And what was a sure thing. Wow. Could have been the fatigue just catching up to him after 4 hours of just going as fast as he can, lap to lap.
Foyt is now retired.
Unbelievable. Lyondike's just got to keep it together. He's through. Kenny Brack is through. Here's Mansell. The top 3 about to take the white flag at Daytona. Lyondike about to take what could be the biggest win of his career. In an upset win at that. This is going to be unbelievable. Through the infield, 3-second lead on Brack, and another 2 seconds back to Nigel Mansell. Domino's entry looking clean under the lights here. Oh my god, and that is going to be the last lap. We're going to count it here, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like we have run out of thinking. Yeah. That is the end of the race. We will count it there. Driver of the day, Arie Luyendyk. Let's get some screenshots before it freezes. Seems as though the replay was just too big here today. You see Colton Herta all the way back here, Zanardi, Greg Moore, Dixon, Rossi, Will Power, Mario Andretti, Montoya, Bourdais, Rick Mears. A lot of these guys really had opportunities to get great finishes and come away empty-handed. AJ Foyt. Cars are finishing on track. Yeah, that is it. Luyendyk is the winner. And we'll go back to the beginning of the race. Take a look at any incidents. Oh, look at that. Didn't see that earlier. That was between two of the drivers that went for the win. Look at them. They're stuck. crazy. Pretty sure that was first and second in the race. Contact there. Here's what happened to Ray Hall. Contact and head on into the wall. Done for the day. Here's Zanardi. Oof. Al Jr. Oh, Polo's gonna get probation for that. Noting this, Polo probation. It's Greg Moore. Probably the most spectacular wreck of the day. Oh my god. Wow. Hunter Ray. Didn't see any incident there. There's Dixon. Yeah, that ended his day. Dixon can get a warning. Yeah, Newgarden probation for this one. Right into Dixon. And here comes Dixon with one wing. Smothers the rest of it. Michael Andretti. Ooh, contact with Villeneuve on the backstretch. Paul Tracy. And here's Jacques Villeneuve. Yeah, that's a little aggressive from Andretti, but no penalty awarded. There's Hornish Jr. Yeah, he nailed that one. It's a strike. Ooh, just clipping it there for Kanan. There's Robbie Gordon, completely offline on entry, and right in the middle, Takuma Sato. Had a run of cars here, just everyone wanted to get in on the action, and he actually missed it, but it got placed back. Here's Gilles de Ferran. Pow. Alexander Rossi, while making a pass, couldn't get back on the track, and then over the top of Rick Mears. Unbelievable wreck there. Sato, he can't avoid it. Comes Scotty Mac. Oh, cleans off another one. Will Powers turn. Just enough. Goes Lazier. Ooh, hard hit. Contact on the backstretch. And Newgarden shoving Emerson over. Oh, hard hit there for Mears. Comes Mario. Damn, dead center. Mo. Pow. Danny Sullivan. Juan Montoya. Missed it. Not this time though. Comes in wide. Ugh. Man, everyone got it. Here's AJ with 3 to go. Oh man. That's the race. Alright, thank you again everyone for tuning in. Another great race here with the Indycar Legends Racing Series. We will be back with our next race sometime soon. Not sure exactly when, but Stock Car Championship Series at Road America and IndyCar Legends Racing Series will be back. And their next race will be Michigan, so that's going to be a fun one. Be sure to tune in also for the Endurance Racing Championship Series this coming month for the Spa 4 hours at Spa. Multi-class racing there. But thank you again, everyone, for tuning in. We will see you next time here on Pandora's Arcade.